Whoops. That's fine. I was like, oh yeah, I wonder if I should try to do a crazy different transition. And I was like, wait. Clicking the button just makes it happen and doesn't show me the preview. Also, literally as soon as I did that, fireworks started going off. It's not midnight, so I don't know why there's fireworks. Do I have everything set up? I think I do. Make my tweet. I do the things. I was gonna say, I was like, did we finish the investigation? Are we in the trial? Oh, excellent. We're in the trial. Thank God. Oh, I was afraid of more investigating. Let's see, we can close this. I also forgot. Last time I was like, oh yeah, I should double check who rated and followed me. I should make a note or something. Oh wait, hold on. Let me get my straw. I shouldn't drink my water bottle up to my mouth because it makes my model freak out. But yes, it is New Year's Eve, and it is not New Year's yet. Not for me. That's the downside of living so far in the past compared to everybody else, you know? Living on the Pacific coast means that I'm so far in the past compared to everyone. Hello. I'm mostly better today. That's good. I'm still pretty congested, but even less sneezy than before. Also, I have to give a toilet paper review because I don't really bother to buy like tissue. So I mostly just have to use my toilet paper for tissue and stuff like that. And yeah, I do sound, I think my throat is mostly fine. I think there's just extra congestion in my nose that's making my, like, I can tell there's a slight difference. But so here's my toilet paper review. I bought a randomly different one right before I got sick, and so I had to bust it out. And I was looking, and for some reason I was like, because I can never remember which kind I like, because there's some kind that's really soft. But this time I got something. It was Charmin, and I think it was like strong or whatever, strength. And it is like rubbing my face with a paper towel. It is awful. Because I was like, the commercials make Charmin seem so soft, right? So why is it so terrible? Maybe it's just the strong variety that's terrible. It's like my butt can't tell the difference, to be honest, or hardly tells the difference. But like, imagine having to use that for. I'm trying to remember what I normally get. I usually just try to look for the softest. Sometimes if there's like a hole in the wrapping, you can kind of poke your finger in and feel which one's the softest. So my nose is very dry and crusty. Yeah, it's bad. So I'm glad I don't have to use very much. Also, this is my other sick review, is that long ago I bought this little plastic neti pot kind of thing. Because I heard neti pot are actually pretty helpful for clearing out. So I was like, oh, I have a lot of sinus things, or I get colds, and I'll try to use it. The only times I have ever tried to use it, it literally does not work. And I think it's because the only times I ever try to use it, it's like when I'm congested, like, it's like one nostril is completely plugged. So like the water can't, because you're supposed to like tip your head over, pour water in one nostril. It's supposed to pour out the other. I have never been able to get it to pour out the other nostril. And like, it's miserable. I'm sure it works for some people if you're not that congested, but I feel like the only times I've ever tried to use it, it's like, they're like, well, if you're too congested, it doesn't work. I'm like, well, what's the point then? All right. Defendant lobby. There's no defendant. Those are some of my sick reviews. It's a neti pot. It's like this. I'll spell it. Neti pot. I thought about there's these kinds too that are more like pressure washers, where you either like squeeze or press a button and it shoots the water up your nose. And I'm like, that might help more for like severe congestion. But I'm like, I don't know. Probably won't work. Who knows, man? I just take a little bit of everything. I was desperate. I had some day cold medicine, just regular like Dayquil kind of stuff. I think at one point I don't think it's really going to work the same, but I have like a lot of allergy and antihistamine kind of medicine too. And I have some old Flonase kind of medicine that you like shoot up your nose and it sprays it, which is not very fun to do, but I think somebody told me that that's usually the most effective, but you know, I don't think any of it works particularly fast. Yeah, I was very, very snotty. Like there's still tissues everywhere in my apartment. So I need to go around and grab all the miscellaneous ones. Like I could barely fall asleep. Cuz every time I lie down I'd just be like, I can't breathe. So it is significantly better today. Still congested, but whatever, it's fine. Where the heck is Lana? Yeah, I did have NyQuil a couple times. I mostly just used the day form. But like, I don't know, some of that medicine makes me like, I don't know, a little nervous because, oh yeah, you know, you suggested that isopropyl alcohol, right? I forgot. I think I do have some. I forgot to give that a try. I'm like, well, is that bad for me? Is that gonna give me like some kind of chemical issue? Oh well, I'll just sniff. What else did I try? I took a couple baths just to try to get extra like humidity. I have my humidifier next to me now. I just want to stick my face in the humidifier. I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to be streaming today because I had to run to my parents' house because I wanted to use their big bathtub to take a bath. I mean, I could have taken one in my bathtub, but honestly, my bathtub is kind of gross and it's not as big. They have a really big one. Like theirs is so big that I was honestly getting kind of afraid that I was going to like slip in, you know? Like you want to be like kind of propped up on the edge. You want your back to be like at an angle, but I was like, I might just like slip to the bottom and drown. Like a baby in a bathtub. And I got some nice bath salt. I don't know what bath salts actually do, but I was like, sure, why not? Whatever's in here probably will work. Oh yeah, that's right. Emma was detained. Emma, no. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Bath pepper. It's hard to look up. I was gonna look up stuff about bath salts, but now whenever I do, you only get stuff about the drugs. Which I don't know why. I always imagine like bath salts, the drug, as being like, I always imagined that it would look like a giant bath bomb and people would just take like a big bite out of it like candy or something. Maybe that's wrong. Oops. Why? I keep clicking on other windows. Yeah, maybe they smoke it. I have a costume though. I have a costume. I wasn't sure when I was gonna pull my costume out. I should wait for the new year. I'll wait for the new year. So I'll just stay like this for now. All right, let's find Emma and Lana. Edgeworth. Oh, I sneezed a lot. Sneezing was not an issue. Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 7777 ID number is, that is. Yeah. It's what's his face? I already forgot. Gant? Damon Gant? I don't really get why he uses so many swimming metaphors. How did Edgeworth figure it out? You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. Yes, we did figure that out. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. But if we get Damon Gant guilty, that could also be good for our case. Or for Edgeworth, because then he won't be in trouble. Because it'll be Damon Gant's fault for the forgery. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. Figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. Is he still gonna be the prosecutor against me? I forget. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Anna's hiding something. And the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. No resolutions this year. I do have a lot of stuff I should be working on, but it feels like time goes by so quickly. I'll think about it. See you in court. Right. Yes, he does call me Wright outside of court and Mr. Wright in court. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Yay! Court time! Oh, scared. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Yeah, what'd you think of it? Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? You don't like the alien designs? I like them, the aliens and yokai. I think they're pretty good. Some of the aliens, like I said before, I'm being a little bit of a stickler because some of them are not what I imagine. For example, like Mr. Shrimp. They call, for some reason, Okarun calls him the Dover Demon, which the Dover Demon does not look anything like that, to be honest. So I don't know why they call Mr. Shrimp that. But like, some of the other designs, like the serpents, I really like because they're kind of Ultraman. They're kind of based on like Ultraman enemy designs. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a couple of moments. So I will say the series, I think it's most prominent in episode 1 and in the final episode, as well as gonna be prominent in like the first episode of the next season, because there's one scene that I'm just kind of like, ooh, it's kind of uncomfortable. But like most of the other stuff, I don't mind so much. I mean, it's pretty goofy. Like, I mean, hell, Okaroon is pretty in the nude for a lot of it too. Yeah, I'm pretty much up to date with the manga, so. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of, you know, goofy, or like goofy nudity or sexual nudity. It kind of just depends. But I will say that I was like, ugh, where they stop in the anime, because they stop on a cliffhanger. The next arc is going to be pretty good, but I will say that there's like the continuation of the onsen scene is kind of like, ugh, it makes me anxious. So, you know, I can understand like people who maybe didn't care for that part. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your service. But Lana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. Uh-oh. Appears the time for the verdict has arrived. Is Emma gonna rush in or something? Because I don't know. Oh. Edgy. One moment, Your Honor. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Thought so. Your Honor. Oh, excuse me. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Alright, let's go. You okay with that, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Good job, Edgeworth. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. Occupation? Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. In other words, a student. 2 years ago. She's like 16 or so. I think she's like the same age as Maya. Did you think she was older? It's kind of hard to tell, but she's actually wearing her school uniform under her lab coat. Yeah, I think it's because like the way the faces are in this game, it makes them look a little bit more mature than you might expect. You encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Trying my hardest to forget about that, though. Sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Oh, excuse me, I have like hiccups all of a sudden. Trying to hold them down. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. Man, he likes Edgeworth more than me. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. I'm surprised I didn't have to, like, provide evidence. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun. Bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. So, there's gotta be something about, like, the handprint on the piece of leather. It's like, maybe Lana thinks that Emma accidentally killed him or something. I don't know. And that's why she's covering so hard. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Onion head. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. And if I recall correctly about like there was a picture of the murder scene. And it was very strange because I want to say Neil, I can't remember. I think he was stabbed in the back, but he was lying face down on top of Joe Dark, which is very odd. Alright, good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. Understandable. However, please tell Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will become apparent. That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. God admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. It's a good thing I have evidence. That is true. The prosecutors very rarely present evidence. Sometimes they do. but not like me. Although I guess some of the evidence that they present I already have access to. It's more like they very rarely have new evidence to present. Waiting in my sister's office that day. Hold it. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. Yes, that's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing the organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished work. A man came running in and took me hostage. You mean Joe Dark? Yeah. He was a serial killer. He looked so cool from the front. I wish he didn't have like a stupid onion haircut from the side. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Ugh. I feel like I'm still kind of like the day before I got really sick. I felt like I was kind of stumbling over my words, and I still feel like that a little bit today. You know, kind of like when your mouth or tongue feels a little bit heavy or numb. Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. Well, that must mean I'm always tripping over my words then. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Yeah, it's probably fine. I think I just need to make sure I'm not rushing through reading too fast. For as big of a holiday as like New Year's is in Japan, I can't really think of like good New Year themed anime off the top of my head. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Oops. Can you tell us? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. Oh yeah, did you say you were on a 4-hour time difference? Does that mean it's New Year's right now for you? Like it just happened when I started stream? Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. I shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. Yeah, like 3 hours apart then. That's what I thought. That makes more sense. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. Detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Bruce. I spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. I have that picture. Well, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we had added this statement to your testimony? I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Alright, I think this is what I'm going to present then. I'm going to present the picture at that statement. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it. I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This reminds me. Guess I should check the evidence again. Yeah, we'll get to it in a second, Phoenix. We want to see all the text first. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Was he stabbed in the chest or in the back? Do I have a picture of it? Oh, maybe he was stabbed in the chest? What else do I have? Whoops. Alright. Must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see it just as clearly. Alright, what were you doing? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began to wrestle each other. Pretty sure I was watching them. Well, she doesn't sound very sure. Alright, let's... I think that's all. Waiting for my sister. Okay, cool. Oops, I want to save first. And... it's on the back of this. Cool. So... I drew a picture. Seems to have been lost. Maybe here? Cool. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. The evidence list of the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. I believe it's also like the other half of the evidence, too. That, Edgeworth was missing. It's a picture, Your Honor. What is it? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. Yeah, he has the other list that, Edgeworth gave him. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. This is weird, because I feel like we're both working together on this case. Me and Edgeworth. Like, we still have to kind of object, but it's like, we're obviously kind of driving at the same goal. Well, I mean, I don't know that he cares so much about getting Lana declared innocent as much as he just thinks that Gant was in on it. Only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. Yeah, order. Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. You doing alright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That's possible. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, use your eyes and turn the paper over. Edgeworth, you're so dumb. How'd you miss such a big piece of evidence? Alright, show it to us, Edgy. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my lip. It's that thing. The blue badger? The blue badger is the killer? It's a thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Guess he was out of scrap paper. Wait, did Emma not draw it? Was it just the chief of detectives who was doodling? It was nothing. Alright, please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago. It was nothing all along. Can't believe it. At least it wasn't Gumshoe. Alright, she seemed to be thinking about whatever. Emma's picture. Yeah, a picture I drew 2 years ago. I was trying to tell if the person on the ground was like holding something. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think, a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Alright. No contradictions here. Shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, I have both of them now. I wonder if the chief of police actually did draw that. Maybe the top half of it is like the window pane that she drew, and then he just scribbled that in later. Hee-ho. Alright, this is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock, I couldn't do anything. Alright, during that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. Memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? She kind of already did. Oops. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So you didn't know it was Mr. Marshall. At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. Knocked to the floor, huh? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. But did she actually see their faces? After that, I fainted. You didn't see the actual murder take place. No, I'm sorry. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. True. You really need to torture this girl any further? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from the talks with your detectives. That's a good point, 'cause she would have been like 14 at the time. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. Better find out or he's gonna find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. Oh. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? I mean, I kind of can't tell if the other guy's holding something. And she doesn't seem to have labeled which one's which. Clearly a contradiction. Oh boy, time to find contradictions. Wait, actually, let me look at that again. Maybe Neil is the one standing over him holding this dumb little trophy sword. How does the pot fit into all this? Oops. All I could see were shadows. You were knocked to the floor. Maybe I should present the handprint? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Sometimes they give me a hint when to present evidence. Lightning. I must have fainted. Something. What am I missing? She drew it before she talked to the detectives. Right after the incident. 2 or 3 days later, but before she talked to anyone. So... all I could see were shadows. I feel like it's here. But I'm not 100% sure of what I'm presenting. You know what the drawing reminds me of? I wish I could rotate it. You ever see that image that's like supposed to be warning of like projection? Oh, you're thinking of Sisyphus? But I'm thinking of this like image where it's supposed to be like, you know, shadows on a wall that it's like from one angle it looks like one guy stabbing the other, but when you see the whole picture it turns out it's the other guy doing the stabbing, you know? Stupid blue badger, it's in my way. Unless the blue badger is a part of it. Yeah. It's kind of like a trick photo, almost. Alright, so it's probably going to be evidence on this page. I don't think it's going to be any of the other stuff. Unless it's the blue badger. So... and it's not going to be related to this because we've already done that. I don't think we're gonna do anything with the jar yet. We don't need this handprint anymore. I didn't see anything in these documents that looked particularly helpful. Maybe I just need to present this. I don't know. Hold on, let me save again. I had a pretty easy time in the last couple of trial days, but I feel like this one's gonna be a little bit tricky. Darn it. Usually if you do the right evidence, the music stops. So you can tell right away. Oops. Nope. I'm just trying a couple things because I'm a little bit lost at what they're actually trying to drive at here. All I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Exactly what I saw in that instant. Maybe it's here? I don't know. It's okay, I'm gonna run out my health bar. I just want to try a couple things. Oh. What went? Exactly what you saw. Maybe I need to present the badger? It was the badger, Your Honor. There's clearly a contradiction here. What kind of evidence do I have? The shield. That knife. Oh, I still have this knife. What am I gonna use? Let me just reload. All I could see were shadows. Didn't know it was Mr. Marshall who'd come to your rescue. Did I use the evidence here? You drew the badger? I can't tell if they were saying she drew the badger or if it was actually the chief of detectives. If it's not the handprint or the evidence... I don't think it's the shield yet. What do we have? Got a stupid hole in it. I don't know, let me just try a couple. Nope. Darn it. This is a little bit of a brute force one for me. But I think they're asking for evidence specifically on the last one. Let's see, I tried all these. Nope. Alright. We can try the vase. Painted. No, not that. Not sure. Alright. Wait, let me go back. Oops. Cute. After the incident, 2 or 3 days later. First, it was such a state of shock, I couldn't do anything. Still should have been fresh in her mind. Probably not about, like, the timing, I don't think. I mean... The only thing was I couldn't remember if he was stabbed... I think it says he was stabbed in the heart and lungs. She says he was stabbed in the chest, but for some reason I thought he was stabbed in the back in a photo? Or you know what, maybe he was stabbed in the chest, but he was found on top of him. It had like intrigue music there. It was like da-da. I looked around. Like, would this have made sense? Huh. yeah, yeah. It's your new year. Happy New Year to you. I don't think I tried these. Really? Happy New Year! You going to sleep now? Contains a blatant contradiction. Ugh, I wish I had more 7-Up. Shirley Temple 7-Up. But alas, it was limited time only, and it is gone forever now. I don't have any special sparkling... What is it? Sparkling juice? That's what I used to have sometimes. Oh, that's right, ginger ale. Well, I guess it depends if you have anything on tomorrow. Because I think people do have New Year's Day off. I always thought it was weird that they never get New Year's Eve off. Because I mean, like, I guess it makes sense to have the day off, because, like, if you stayed out partying the night before, you would want the next day off to recover, but who knows? I just have my regular old Dr. P. Huh. So what is this contradiction? Because I'm not 100% sure I follow this one either. What part of this is a contradiction? Oh my god. So, my thoughts here was, at first I was like, what's he holding? Is he holding something important? Or like, is this the knife? Maybe this is another object? Looks like he has like a little bent spoon or something. It does look like a ruler. Contradiction, of course, lies here. Because this is one of those things where I can't tell if this is like... Take a look at the knife the man's holding. Like, did she just draw the knife as a rectangle because she's not very good at art? Or is it, like, actually relevant to the case? You can see that the tip is broken. But, like, how could you know that for sure, you know? Because, like, I would look at this and just assume that she's a very basic artist, maybe. And maybe can't draw points or something. Only round shapes and rectangular shapes. No triangles. Huh. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. The murder weapon? Its tip is broken too, yeah. But it got broke after he stabbed him. Yeah, it was found in the victim. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. Oh, I was right. He did suffer a stab wound to the back. It kept saying, like, liver and heart, so I thought it was to the front. Although, I guess... if you want to stab the heart, is it easier to go through the back? Because you don't have to go through the rib cage, right? But, like, normally when you think about stabbing somebody in the heart, you think of, like, the chest, the front. Wow. You've been drinking. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh. I wish I had that, like, actual piece of evidence, the actual, like, CG scene of the stabbing to compare. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand, but the tip was found in his wound. Yeah, I was gonna say, that makes it seem... it seemed kind of staged. that it like snapped off inside his body. Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Unless it's staged. What does it mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she had remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. No other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? A little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Ugh. Man, that's really difficult in a case. Like, if you know that there's forged evidence, it's like anything could be not true. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted, Your Honor? Please allow me again to go over the events that took place the day of the murder. That's true. Could be forged. Although I thought it was more like... Well, I don't know. I don't know if by forged he means planted or that it just never was put in the body. Because my thinking was that they planted the tip of the knife at the scene? Which is technically like slightly different than forged, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's the same to them. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. It's gonna be that stupid sword and shield thing. A trophy sword. I knew it. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, I kind of wonder if the knife broke on that. Because it seems like that could easily break a knife. Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. A man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Alright. But there have been one. There is another one. What, did he carry this dumb trophy with him? Or was it in the office? The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. It was a dumb trophy. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then you have some information about this other broken knife? I do. I wonder, do I present the trophy or the picture about it? Take a look at this. A real murder weapon. I guess I would have to show him this one because it has the knife in it. Answer lies in the past. 2 years ago. Right here inside this picture. I wonder if it would have worked for either. No, I bet if I showed them the trophy now, he would have been like, there's no knife here, so, take away some of your health. A picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. It's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was from this award. I like how the judge just lets us continue to debate this case even though he has no reason to believe it's related. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. Yeah. We already know. He chased after Joe Dark. He pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Why not? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. That's what I thought. Or they just tussled it away. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. True. Is this where I present the piece of cloth Emma grabbed? Seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it? I remember now. I remember everything. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth? Okay. Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? The blue badger? I knew it. This picture... I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. The badger all along. At this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. I can't tell if it's something she would have seen out the window or like something falling. Like I thought it was like whatever fell and knocked her out, maybe? Perhaps it'd be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Please, tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye. Yes, Your Honor. Hello. Happy New Year's to you. Not quite here yet. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. I think that's where I need to present the evidence. And then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Shadow. Like the silhouette, I think she means. Or maybe somebody was behind her and they bashed her on the head with it? Unusual. Try impossible. Chief of Detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago. Well, the defense... Oh. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. What if Lana hit her sister over the head for some reason? knocked her out. Lana. What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. That's right, we're gonna uncover the truth. Defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Doesn't matter if she wants to pretend, or if she wants to claim she's guilty. This is bigger than her. I saw the man raise his knife. You mean Joe Drake? Yeah, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Power outage, blah blah blah. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. Okay. So then you panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? Oh, excuse me. What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. I mean, she might have seen him with the knife at some point. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I wonder if we're gonna finish this game tonight or if it'll take another stream. Hard to say. Guess it depends how long this final court case is. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Yeah, what you did was very brave. Good job. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. You sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture. I guess. But, yeah, it didn't exist. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when I thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Honestly, I thought the Blue Badger was going to be way more involved, so... Alright. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Shadow. You mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all? That's right. But I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. Pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. Witness must have been mistaken. But she drew it. That may well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please show us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? I kind of had an idea, but it seems kind of a stretch. Alright, here we go. It is defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, It was indeed something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Yay! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? Because I was thinking about these weird, like, ball nub handle things. And I was like, well, technically speaking, there would be 3 of them. Just one of them is broken? I mean... they wouldn't really be, like, positioned exactly the way she saw him. Wait. Unless she saw it like that, maybe? Because I'm like, there should be, like, 3 handle bits. But the other one, like, doesn't really make as much sense. Because they're evenly spaced. But maybe, like that, it kind of looks more like it. Huh. Here's your blue badger. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. It does have blood on it. What exactly is this? I believe it's some sort of jar. That doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? What if it was a shadow puzzle? Oh. Oh, I actually have to do the rotating. Is it not like this? Oh, I have to present. Is it... Am I right? Darn it. Am I gonna lose health? Alright, how am I gonna do this? No, I tried it this way, but that other broken handle was sticking out too much. Wait a minute, I need to turn it around. Wait, is this? I'm so confused. But I think that's closer. Let's try. What? Okay, well, at least I didn't lose health. I think they knew this would be a little bit tricky. Correct angle. I think I rotated this way first, and then... Wait. Wait, pull it back a little. Is it? That looks pretty close, I think. I'm trying to, like, squint my eyes. That's gotta be pretty close. Aha! Well, is this a miracle or what? You did it, Phoenix. Yeah, I was like, how... I was trying to figure out how it would actually align to look like that. No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. I like the blue badger music. Can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. Doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. It does have blood on it. You see, this changes everything. It must have conked somebody out. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell— oh, excuse me. Please tell us. What's different now that we just that we know the witness saw the jar? Ugh. Location, murder weapon, the murderer. I don't know. I'm just gonna choose the location because I'm kind of confused. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. Yeah, it's on the other side of the room. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But Neil died on the other side. Yeah. The body was found near Lana's desk. Witness testified so herself. Yeah, and we saw the blood. Yes. And it is these two facts that reveals what actually transpired. So did he maybe die or get knocked out by the jar on the other side and get moved and stabbed on the other to Lana's side? You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. That might explain why the trophy was already there. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Maybe? Maybe they switched the office around. Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. I still feel like I'm a little bit confused about this case. I mean, not in a bad way, because we still haven't explained everything, but like in some cases, it's kind of easier to see where things are going, but in this one I'm a little bit more like, The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. So, do you know the reason, Mr. Wright? Finally figured it out. So what Lana tried to stop the trial. Too late to quit now, though. Did Lana kill him? Did Gant kill him? Yeah, that's fine. Happy New Year and have a good sleep. All right. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. I'll see ya next year. Hehe. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Did Emma throw it? Or did she, like, push somebody into it? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor. You know what? It's so funny because I was like, this suit of armor seems like a red herring. It's totally not going to be the suit of armor. Ah. But I can't believe it was the suit of armor the whole time. Suit of armor. Holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Because, like, I would have thought he would have hidden that. And I thought I tried to spray it with luminol, but I couldn't get anything. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. So Emma pushed him into the trophy by accident. Or into the statue by accident. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless... I don't know if I can go through with it. Gotta keep going, man. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. She fainted again. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What are you saying? I thought we took you out of here. Sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances. Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. You're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive proof? Or do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Willing to bet you don't. I'm willing to bet I do. Gotta be the cloth with her handprint on it. Or something. We'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Well, certainly can't get dead people to testify. All been a wild goose chase from the beginning. You got some ideas, Edgeworth? Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. What do you mean, Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. Oh yeah, it took like 10 minutes? He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? A real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Sure, why not? What do I have? The pot and the piece of cloth. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? What a terrible lawyer we are. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Alright. Show us the evidence. Gotta have... They said specifically it's gotta be like the name. Attorney badge? No thanks. Now is not the time to waste my health. Oh, in under 10 minutes. You know, what's funny about this is that when I first saw this, I don't think I said it, but I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know, this one in the middle, it kind of reminds me of the katakana letter for Ma. Although that's probably not what her Japanese name is. What is her Japanese name? I forget. Emma Skye, Japanese name. Hozuki Akane. Written in kanji, but I assume they would have just written Akane. Does this kind of look like katakana A cut off, maybe? I don't know. Kind of looks like an M, I guess. Yeah, sure, why not? I wanted to see if we could use the luminol on it, but I guess not. Message left behind by the deceased. Is this the blue badger from before? Oh, is he going to speak the killer's name? It's not the badger. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. The message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Maybe because the middle fragment was kept as like blackmail? Yeah, still a line here. Drawn in blood. Huh. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. I wonder if there's ever been like real cases like this where people actually like write the name of the killer in blood. I feel like it's a very common like Japanese murder mystery trope. But like, has it actually happened in real life? But blood must have seeped into the jar where the line changed. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines change directions. Okay, so we need to connect the points. The victim's message will become apparent. No. Okay. Let's solve the puzzle. Gotta connect the dots. Make it spell Emma. Oh. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. No. This is one of the few things that would have been easier with a stylus. Oh, I guess I can just present. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. I wonder what it looked like in Japanese. That would have been interesting to see. Would they have written it maybe with Romaji? Or maybe katakana? Because I see her name is written in kanji. Maybe that too. Who knows? That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I wonder, because yeah, in this world, they don't really seem to care if it's manslaughter or murder. I mean, we don't really care for our purposes. I'm sure it gives them a different sentence, because we convicted the director lady, and it turns out that was just manslaughter, even though she was blackmailing him. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Ugh. Objection. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable, is it? I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there weren't any cover-ups or evidence forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Is this like a big setup for him to... Wait, why did I put my hat on? Wait, what? Keep putting things on by accident. Sorry. Actually, I missed my scarf. I'm gonna bring the scarf back. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Prosecutors are crazy. They might have sent an innocent man to his death. Well, how can you just stand there like that? I feel like, I don't know if this game would be like, be willing to say that they sentenced an innocent man to death. Maybe it really was him. There just wasn't any real evidence, though. Which is still pretty bad. You gotta have evidence. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, nobody knows. Ooh, a break time. That's what I was afraid of. This might be a really long final case. So, whoops. I may not finish it all today, but... because I'm probably not going to go as long as I did last time. But I want to go basically until midnight? Wait a minute. I'm at nearly 2 hours now. And midnight is like 2 hours away? We can try that. We'll see. We'll see if I fall asleep. I'm not like sleepy tired or anything right now, but you know, still don't want to like push myself too much while I'm technically recovering still. Sorry, Edgeworth. Didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You are. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Just tell us what you want. You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Aren't you fired, technically? Take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, pal, this is the last time. Evidence law. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Huh. Evidence law. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I don't know. I feel like I never followed that rule. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. He said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Yeah. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. A whole book to explain the 2 laws of evidence. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Eh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. Oh, geez. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? Gotta be kidding me, pal. I don't think we ever used that piece of cloth. I thought we were definitely gonna have to use it at some point to prove she, like, Emma pushed him or something. I'm disappointed that ended up not being important. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. What? Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna put my chat back over here. Just because. I feel like it. Back to my... this side. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. Time to bring it to an end. Part of me is like, was debating whether I should play any of the games off stream, but I'm like, should I? I'm obviously not gonna, I'm gonna stagger this one, so I'm not gonna play the next one right away. I'm gonna take a break and play some other games in between. Because I was just, but I was like, you know, I really want to play them, and I wouldn't mind playing them on my own because it's also a lot of reading, and it's much faster to read mentally. But I'm like, would I want to deprive you guys of the privilege of seeing me play them? Who knows? Because sometimes, like, if you're watching somebody do, like, a playthrough of certain games, but then they don't play all of the games, it's like, you know, you really want to watch one person play it. Then you have to switch to another person, and it's not the same, and you don't... Oh, well. At the very least, my plans are to do the other two Phoenix Wright games, and then that are part of this trilogy, and then I'll think about Apollo Justice, because I think Phoenix Wright does come back, not necessarily as the lawyer, but like as a recurring character. So I was like, I don't want to miss out. If there's going to be more Phoenix lore and character arcs, I kind of want that to be recorded. So we'll see. All right. Court now will reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the, for the news, Your Honor. Alright, very well. Game on. Normally... Oops, sorry, I put my hand in front of the camera. Messing with my big old baggy oversized sleeves. Alright, call a witness. But... This isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I would have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Is that true? Do defense never call witnesses? Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. But I know defense can get, like, character testimonies and stuff like that. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. That's what you say, Edgeworth, but everybody knows you and Phoenix Wright go way back. Unbelievable. Edgeworth's found a way to continue the trial. Alright. So then what's next here? I was trying to think. I'm like, have I called witnesses? Have I made deals with witnesses? I don't know. Anyways, who the heck are we gonna call? Because we have to... So we've settled the fact that Emma killed the guy. But now we need to prove that Lana did not kill Goodman. Ghostbusters? What? You know what? It's kind of early, but like, I kind of want to put on... I prepared a couple of costumes for New Year's. Should I wait or should I put them on? Because part of me wants to wait, but then the other part of me was like, I kind of want to wear it, and there's a good chance that I might end stream right after midnight. Here, I have 2 costumes. I can put one on now, and I can change to the other one at midnight, maybe. It is New Year's for you. I was double checking Japan time because I was like, it's still the afternoon there, which is nice. So, I'll put the first one on. I'm a snake. I'm a Tsuchinoko. I'm a big fat snake. What do you think? Makes me think I'm Tsuchinoko Nokotan Nokotan Tan. I'm a fat snake. There we go. So you can see my glorious snake body. I don't know why. I think the cryptid Tsuchinoko is kind of funny. Because it's just a fat snake, but for some reason it's such a popular, like, urban legend. Or myth. Just a really fat snake. Just a snake that didn't eat its food properly or is pregnant or something. But it's become this, like... I mean, this is supposed to be just a regular snake costume for New Year's, but I think it looks pretty much like a fat snake, so... To me, this is a Tsuchinoko costume. And then I can change to my other costume when it's actually midnight. Alright, who the hell are we calling to witnesses? Alright, defense calls. Oh, I have a choice. I guess him? Not sure there's anybody else to really talk to right now. Maybe, I don't know, at some point maybe Lana can confess that she was being blackmailed or whatever. Alright. Get out here, big guy. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Grant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Vampire Man. Why is he a vampire? What is this? Some kind of practical joke? Just on my way to lunch. Name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, hey? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. Yeah, how I found that evidence in your safe. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. I'm both. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. That is some bullshit. That's crazy. Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. Testify. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you could see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the ground, on the floor, unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. Huh. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Oof, this is gonna be hard. Neil and I were questioning him that day. The ceremony. Guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. Probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? Don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. So the two of you ran immediately after him. That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. Guess you could say he got lucky. This is about a power outage. Oh. Elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. Not very funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Oops. Tell us what you saw. It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yeah, apparently he hit his head. Next to them were those two poor girls. Anna was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. She had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So, you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. But the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at the office. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But he had the stuff in his safe. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record. Ah, worthy, always a smooth talker. Okay, I have to tie him to the forgery. Alright, I think it's gonna be the last one. And... wait, hold on. Yeah, I guess it's either this one or the previous one. But if he wrote Emma's name on the vase, darn it, I wish I could see the cracks. There we go. Well, I don't know. Maybe it was already cracked and then it fell apart after he wrote her name on it. But this was in the safe, so. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery? But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. It's so weird, though, in this game that Phoenix will just be like, I found this in your safe, but it's like he broke in there when he wasn't supposed to, so it's not like he has any real proof that it was in his safe, right? Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Yeah, I wonder if it would have gone with any of the other pieces of evidence that were in his office or safe. Take this jar, for example. Like the cloth and the extra evidence sheet would have also worked. It's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at that evidence book. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. That's right, I beat him every time. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? What? Why would I have anything to do with it? Well, You were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Yeah, like the police. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Oh yeah! Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Well, we're lucky he's not already fired. I'll end up paying for work if his salary drops lower. Ugh, isn't that the case? All right. In light of Detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence you found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. Oh my god. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Evidence and forgery. Let's see. What was it now? Jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. How would I have them? Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Yes, I can. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. No reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. The evidence has her picture on the back, so we can time it. Your Honor, when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I, the Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy. In return, though. Yeah. That place, right? He's blackmailing the judge, too? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. You do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in my day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... What are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? Talking about when Righto's prints are found. If they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. It's so weird to have somebody finally be like, you can't just take evidence illegally. Anyway, can't prove. Yes, I can. Suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, it depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. No reason I participate in a forgery. Wait. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't placed in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Why would it have done that? There's blood on it. Wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Whatever. Chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. I think it's gotta be the evidence sheet, but I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to need it. Let me drink my water. Alright. We gotta keep pressing him for now. No reason I participate in a forgery. Blackmail. I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Now you see. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? Wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. I also got rid of Lana and got him a person in the prosecutor's office. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh. That's a good one. You really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. That true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. Therefore, it's out in the open now. It's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? Okay. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Okay, I think this... Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. Yeah, that's right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem lax on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy. Would there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. No. It's blackmail, sir. Very well, then. Who's the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I guess. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that in spite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? What? Judge? It must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assist Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Yeah? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. Keeping quiet to protect Emma. No way she'd testify against Gant. Well, but Emma's secret's already out in the open. Alright. Evidence time. Huh. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. Dude, better watch your tongue. Well, wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. No turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Alright. We're a team, Edgy. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. I'm gonna have to. What will it be? What will the evidence be? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Shows us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh, you know what it probably is? Probably this. Maybe? Because he went in there, he borrowed something earlier, and he was in there with the Goodman. I think he borrowed the screwdriver to get Edgeworth involved. ID card list. I was gonna say, the music didn't stop, but they showed the thing on the corner, so it must be right. Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It is your card number. What? How do you know? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. You don't mean... Afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was a violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. What? But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Was the evidence transferal? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. Oh, thanks. It's a little early for me, though. Not quite New Year's here yet. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. That must have been like the transferal, right? Because the locker was already open, so he must have already been in there, is what I'm thinking. Something like that. Ah. He had to go see the chief. Oh, he had to go see the chief because he lost his ID card. Okay. Yeah. Give me another chance. Shows proof that the victim went to meet the chief. He lost his card. Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have had to have given that report to the chief of police. Oh, I thought it was because, like, to do the item transfer, he would have had to go in there. He would have needed somebody to go with him. Yet, you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Needed to? It was a transferal! Yeah! And nobody else could have gotten the evidence from his locker without him. Not even the chief. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. No other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. You betcha. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Ah, shut up, you stupid judge. Sorry, but that's not possible. Really? According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. What? If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, oh, it would have still been on him because he got murdered in there. It would have been found on his body. Oh, that was a nice freak out sprite. Those are my favorite. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. Could have asked somebody else to move it. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Oh. That is a good question. Maybe he put it in like one of those stupid oil drums or something? I don't know. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you. Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you've left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. Do we? Is it because they had to deliver the stupid trophy? It was by car? Oh, if you just... Wait. It was a stupid trophy award. So then they put it... They could have easily put it in his car while Edgeworth was at the police department or whatever, the station. Should I present this or this? I wonder. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? The car. Edgeworth's car. He used... I guess this is Edgeworth's car. Parking stub. Miles Edgeworth? You mean... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yeah, it was put in the trunk beforehand. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Yeah, I was in his car the whole time. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. Yeah, you did it. Unknowingly. But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. Was it the screwdriver thing? I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. That's also proof that he was in there himself. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. You transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Alright, what's going on here? No room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Sorry. Oh, he's asking this to the Gant. Is there no room for rebuttal to this defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. She was taking it out of the car, not putting it in. Not the photo being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It's exactly the opposite. Photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Excuse me? No? But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. But everybody knows you did it now? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So if you're gonna run away after all this... Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Conclusive evidence. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Do you have any concrete proof? and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have proof? Can't let him squirm his way out of this. I do have such evidence. I don't know what it is yet. Better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Oh boy. I don't know what I have. Oops. A screwdriver? Using all my thinking brain here. I mean, I have evidence that ties him to the evidence room. I'm not sure that's good enough. I don't know. Victim's memo found in the cart. Muffler. I have so much evidence. I don't know. Oh, I haven't looked at this. I kept forgetting. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I don't know. Let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Yeah. Going to be late for lunch. You have concrete proof? I hope I don't have to do another investigation. What could be concrete enough? I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Did I die? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of the nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Edgeworth? What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, we've already proven Emma's a killer, so there's no reason to, for Lana to be blackmailed anymore. Everybody already knows Lana forged evidence. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. Yeah, let's call in Lana. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Okay, Mr. Wright, please call a witness. But will she testify? Take that. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task: to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. Court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh, thank God. No more investigating, please. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. Court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Gant? Thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. Talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. There's already terrible consequences. She's got... What else does she have to lose? That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Too late for that, buddy. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. Got a lunch date to meet. This is awful. This guy gets to go out to lunch with district attorney. He's a murderer. Okay. Court is now in recess. Judge, I hate you. You couldn't even keep the guy detained for a little while? Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Gumshoe. I'm not detective anymore. Oh. I didn't even call you detective, sorry. Don't worry about it. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. I don't think I'm hiring, buddy. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of the top knotted girl you used to work with. Maya? Still. Looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand? Not fair when he has the right to refuse to testify. That is pretty scummy. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What does that mean? Simple. If Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. He forfeits the right to say anything, too. Oh, Emma. You okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. Huh. So, sorry about all that. Don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved. Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did all that just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. All because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. We never really used that piece of cloth evidence. Ugh. It's always a bummer when I think I have like a good piece of evidence and it never gets used. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, better get back. Time for the final act. Thanks, Gumshoe. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. Time to end this. Even though that's kind of unfair because Gant has like all the power and influence, it also feels like weirdly like we're all ganging up on him. The fact that Edgeworth and I are working at the same goal, and we have Gumshoe and Emma, and now we're going to have Lana on our side. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Oh yeah, there's about an hour left until midnight for me. I'm so slow, I'm behind everybody else. What can I say? I'm just a fat snake. I'm just a little slow, slithery snake. All right. What do we got here? I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. Yeah. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. Remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. Is Emma going to jail? Everything hinges on your testimony. Only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. She's still trying to claim Emma's innocent. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Alright, let's help her. Yeah. Let's cross-examine her. Yep. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, just like Hyoka. No time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, excuse me, I need to... Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. Must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... No truth to this blackmail theory. Think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. But you didn't murder him. I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. So that's why you fabricated the evidence. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. I don't know where it is. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. So, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark. Something like that. That's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor, a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. So why isn't it indefinite? When you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound. Huh? But the knife was already broken. You planted the tip of Dark's knife? And you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask why did you move the body? Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body, I guess? Because I know I should plant the knife. It was because evidence. It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why? More testimony? The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Why does the jar mess with her plans then? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would have been more expedient to move the body. What? I don't get it. When you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Huh? But that only makes sense. Huh? Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Why is that a problem for her, though? What? What's the matter, Emma? The jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Yeah, I don't get it. That doesn't... Well, the knife thing really bothers me. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Alright. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. Yeah. Not for Emma. She's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. No, I still have an hour. I'm kind of behind everybody else. So, you know. I'm not quite there yet. We have 50 more minutes to go. Everybody's already celebrated already, and I'm waiting. No way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up. Make a contradiction. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I don't usually think about how much... There's not very much of the world west of us at this point, you know? That lives in the past. Like, what is it? Mainly Hawaii? What else is like on a time zone further in the past than us? Let's see. What's the furthest? Plus 14? Wait, is it plus or is it minus? How does this work? Who knows? Maybe some islands further than Hawaii, even? Earliest time zone on Earth. Oh wait, this is the opposite. They're the first to see... so what's the latest time zone on Earth? Wait, is it the earliest or the latest then? I'm confused. Sorry, I was looking it up, but I'm confused whether this is the earliest or latest. This area is the... Areas in this zone were the first to see a new day, therefore the first to celebrate a new year. No, time zone. Oh well. I don't know how to phrase that. Latest time zone, earliest time zone? It's confusing. Anyways, let's destroy this woman's testimony. Let's work with the knife angle. Because this is very, very wrong. I guess I should just show this knife, maybe? Say, like, what the heck was already broken? Oh, darn it. What? It doesn't work? Ah. I was like, it's the knife, but I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. The knife was already broken. At least I thought it was. I still am confused about what her thing with the vase is. Why did you move it? Pieces of the jar. Was it already shattered to pieces? I don't think so. Because then the blood splatter wouldn't have happened that way. Or the... not the splatter, the writing. Pieces of the jar. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. The forgery at the scene of the crime where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Oh. Contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar..." Oh. Alright. There we go. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. It couldn't have been shattered already. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Yeah. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Critical? Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. Witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Why to be safe? The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Yeah, this jar stuff doesn't really make any sense based on her story. I noticed the blood traces. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. Yeah, it looks a little feeble. Looks as feeble as the defense's case. Rude. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. You really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces. Normally, I would have. But it was dark in the room, and I didn't have time to check it out. You didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar. No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. Someone happened upon the scene, you lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. Yeah. If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. Detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Never miss anything, got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. Alright. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Oh, I'm so sick of this jar. It was dark in the room. Oh, let me save before I start to. What am I going to do here? What is my evidence against this? Because it can't surely be presenting the jar again. Oops. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Emma did draw it. Fallen. So maybe it did break? This proves it's on the other side. I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. But you didn't wipe them all clean, because one of them did have quite a bit of blood on them. Because maybe it did break at some point, and she wasn't able to find the last piece? And so that's how Gant got it. And put it in his locker? Trying to understand when it was broken. He wrote Emma's name on it. And maybe she went to move it to her side of the room and she dropped it? Then? Because that one she definitely didn't erase. I'm sure I got them all. Let me see what this one is again. But or maybe Gant was already in the room and he snuck one away? Because you obviously missed one. Oh, I'm tired of this stupid jar. Alright. Everyone take a look at this stupid jar again. Found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. The witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yeah, which leaves us with one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Oh. Chief Gant got there before you. Oh. He must have broken it and taken the piece. That's why she thought it was already broken. Because it was broken before she got there. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe it? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh. Thanks, Edward. No way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At that time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, oh, even if he was there, he must have gone there too. If he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Was he hoping to have a setup? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Why is he freaking out? Stop being so buddy-buddy with the chief of police. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the scene prior to the witness. Maybe he even set it up. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterward, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Ugh, sis. You're protecting the chief more than your sister. Can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Sheesh. You're the one who forged evidence. I just obtained evidence illegally. Guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Me? Wait a minute. What if? Still smack in the dab in the middle of Gant's trap. Yeah, like what if Gant set it up and it wasn't actually Emma who killed him accidentally? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies. Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. Aha! But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. Yeah, I was gonna say like... But, okay, there was... This is the thing that bothers me, though, is that there was no blood on the armor. Like, I looked at it with the luminol, and there were no traces. I don't know. And we still don't know where the trophy sword is. So I still think that one's suspicious. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. Nothing to be afraid of anymore. Don't worry, this is gonna work out perfectly for everyone. Cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Whew. Alright, new testimony. Actual crime scene. I need to save first. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Or what if, like, even weirder, what if Dark did it and conked himself out for some reason? Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor. I was like, why would Dark be unconscious? Like, what if Dark did kill him and then somebody else came and bonked him? Like with the pot or something, I don't know. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. Body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. Oh, good. Keep your own blackmail. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. The book? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. What? What is she saying? I already have it? Me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene. I encountered it. What? Thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Is it in the book? Wow, she really does have faith in you. Please present this picture. Gotta be in the book, yeah? Is it gonna appear in here now? There we go. Oh. How do I... zoom in? Zoom out? Whoa. Oh my god. Hold on. I hate when it's all tilted like that. Oh. Pio. Oh. Oh. Hey, there's a picture here. Thank God she has evidence. And there's the big bite mark that Gant took out of the guy's vest, whatever. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. That piece cut out from the vest, could it be? Ah, finally. Yeah, I was like, is that proof that she pushed him? I don't know. It's a handprint, isn't it? That cloth had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those must have been the real murderer. Uh-oh. But they're yours, Emma. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. Well, she said she pushed him, so... as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Alright, defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. I wonder if we're gonna have to talk to Gant again after this. Oh! Oh. Speaking of. Come now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Gant. What? Now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. You had your chance. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. Oh. The risk. Just sit back and relax. And enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Wow. So what? You think I'm worried? I think so. Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements. Evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have conclusive evidence? I don't, but someone does. It's gonna be the cloth. Someone. So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Yeah. If I show the evidence now... Yep. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Alright. If you try to conceal it, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do? I don't think this carefully. Can't afford to make a wrong decision. Let's present it. The one who... Alright, let's see the conclusive evidence. Piece of leather? Yes. Most likely it was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? A big handprint. It must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. Whose fingerprints are on this? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Emma's. What? Mine? So I really did do it. See? Told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that? But... give it up, Mr. Wright. Shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. Game over. Unless there's any last-minute saves. No. Everything hinged on that point. Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Nope, no sir, no evidence. Although it's kind of funny to conceal it because a lot of this case hinges on proving that somebody's forging evidence, but it's like, I'm concealing forged evidence? So what could that possibly... Like, am I double forging the evidence, you know? Nope. No, Your Honor. Nothing to show. What? Liar. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know what you took. What was inside? The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, it's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Yeah, it looks like you took a big bite out of it. What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. This idiot just revealed that he was concealing evidence. Is that what we were trying to do? To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. So it was forged. That, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. To assist in Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had two pieces of evidence. This was before Alana arrived at the scene, mind you. The items in the safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Yeah, blackmail. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean, you were... okay. What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? That's a good point. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. The cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. So, you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yeah, I admit it. Didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, right? Should have shown it then before it was too late. Well, if I show it then, it's a game over. Moment of truth has finally arrived. Ah, oh, jeez. Should I show it now? Now that he's admitted that it's from his safe, though, we might get more leverage by proving it's a fake. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The actual murdered... Shows who actually murdered the prosecutor. You personally cut this out of... cut out this piece of the victim's vest. I mean, she would have been 14. Could she have really pushed him that hard? Yes. Last. You finally brought it out into the open. Your Honor, prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. Handprint on the leather. Must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... Could not have been forged. Must be authentic. Conclusive evidence. Ah, thanks a lot, Edgeworth. You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Emma. Making my life real hard here. But either way, he's admitted to forgeries and blackmail, so at least hopefully we can get him on Goodman's death. Sorry, Emma, you're going to jail. Mine? Yeah, it's time for you to go to jail, Emma. Can't help you anymore. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. Still tried to pin the murder on me. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. You monster! Me? You knew his fingerprints were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? This guy, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence that my friend is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. No, you won't. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. I didn't do that. She did it herself. Before that, just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? What's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Contradictions. What could it be? What could it be? Do I need this for anything else, or was it just the photo? Although, if what Lana's saying is true, I'm still annoyed that there was no blood on the armor, because it sounds like he was still staged to be hung up on there. So why no blood? That annoys me. What contradiction? What's this fool babbling about? Because I feel like I sprayed that entire room, and I feel like I checked that armor, because I was like, haha, pointy. Talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. I have no idea. I'm lost. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Alright, Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I was trying to think. I'm like, it's kind of close to the stab wound, so... It's not bloody like the rest of it. Was this taken before? Or is this not even from the same piece of fabric? Did he just take a piece of cloth? What? Where is this from? Wait, what? If it's not bloody, where did he get it? And why is this one missing? He cut it out beforehand for some reason? But then why is Emma's fingerprints on it? Wait. If Emma shoved him, and that's why her fingerprints are on there, and that shove, I don't know, knocked him out or something? Maybe he died somehow else? And then he was stabbed on here, and that's why it was already cut out before he was put on here. Before he was stabbed, I guess? I don't know. Yep. What exactly is this supposed to be? Picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of the vest was cut out? His shirt is showing underneath. Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly the point. His chest is soaked with blood. Only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Let's see. Like 6 minutes till the new year. Oh. With that piece of cloth. No blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No. Nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. Most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky? Did he really kill him? Knock out the other guy? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword? He killed him? For what? Why? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Why did he murder him? Finally all over. Is it? Huh. Huh. Oh. That was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. You refute? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. You're the one who demanded I use it, and you're the police. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Never stopped me before. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, old Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So what's your excuse, Wright? You have some conclusive evidence? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. What? Ooh. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant. I mean, I think it works for both these. He's the police. He demanded me show it. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that evidence is indeed illegal. Two more minutes. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. I don't know what it is. I hope it's the book. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? Did you purposefully and illegally conceal this piece of evidence? I did not. It was part of my plan to get him to admit that he used the evidence. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. Alright, it's midnight now. It's Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Okay. Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Hey, Happy New Year, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Is this evidence legal or not? Woo, yay, fireworks. I can't hear fireworks. No way you would be able to hear them. Or at least you wouldn't be able to hear my fireworks. Alright, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you could prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now. Oh, come on. My badge. It's the book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? Woo! Yay! Happy New Year! I suppose I could change into my next New Year outfit, even though I really like this one. Oh. Wait. Hold on, I'm still a snake. There we go. Oh, wrong one. Ah. Ah, why am I moving all over the place? I'm moving the wrong parts. Oh my god, what's happening? Why can't I move when I'm trying to move? I'll just move me on OBS. Okay. Now, hold on a second. Ugh, what a pain. What a pain in the ass. Now my sleeves are stuck. Why is this happening? What could possibly go wrong, right? There we go. Now they're moving again. Now I can show you. See, now they're moving. It kind of covers up my mouth though, but that's okay. All right, back to court. Done my homework too, Chief. Indeed. Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. Oh yeah, I guess I can say it in Japanese too. I said on Twitter before, but I was like, every year I'm always like, I should make a nengajo. And then I don't do it. Or I forget until it's too late. Which, a nengajo is like a traditional Japanese New Year's card that they send out. So it's delivered on New Year's Day. Who knows? Maybe I'll slap something together really lazily like I did last year. Today, tomorrow, you know, when it's daytime. But, anyways, akemashite omedetou gozaimasu. Kotoshi mo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. So that's Happy New Year's. Akemashite omedetou. At that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. And we're gonna finish this. Seems like we're right at the end. Perfect timing, too. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have the approval from the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. See, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance. Between the cloth and the SL9 incident... What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but you can recall. When was that picture presented? I was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece out of the victim's vest. Yes. No. So yeah, tied it to the crime. It was then you approved this cloth. As conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest. is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who it could be. I still don't really get why he would murder him. Other than blackmail. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Huh. Oh. Knew I should have gotten rid of him. Oh. That good-for-nothing scum? For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Can't believe this entire time, Bruce Goodman was really just a good man. He wasn't up to anything shady at all. Kind of. That's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. Ah, so Bruce wasn't really that in on it. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. Too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall." To be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. The fake knife. Well, I mean, it was a real knife, but it wasn't used in this case. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Oh, I see. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. Didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. A handprint. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. It used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. Sorry, couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How could you get Miss Skye involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove. Huh. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure how I was gonna feel about this case to begin with. It is quite the juicy case, I guess, because, you know, they have to introduce all new characters and slightly new investigating mechanics. But, and also they're like right on the end of like the DL6 stuff, so I'm surprised they went out with like such a big case. Because, you know, then you have another case that's kind of like the DL6 and you have to investigate the past and all that. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. Hey, technically Edgeworth didn't forge any evidence. One day, you'll understand. Believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down, once you try to go it alone. Yeah, I saw that. This wasn't in the original versions. I keep forgetting. This was, I know it was on DS, but it was on something before DS. It was on, like, Game Boy Advance or something? Was that it? Yeah. I was surprised. I didn't think it was quite that old. I thought it was, from Nintendo onwards, but I think it was, like, right between the year, like, the last years of GBA and the first year of, like, Nintendo. Or the DS, I mean. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, a G. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. Sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. Why is he being so friendly all of a sudden? In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Whoop. Keep accidentally hitting my buttons. Huh. There are two things I want to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. See, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all these questions raised in these trial... Blah, blah, blah. It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I don't know. Hold on. I want to wait until the game is like over before I have like my final thoughts about it. Sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all your trouble. Oh yeah, the forging stuff. She's gonna get in trouble for that. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, just might make it to the top. Aw! Aw! Smiling. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have these past few days. believe me. I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Huh. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet... you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop. I only did my job. In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Guy. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however... although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. Technically, she helped him cover up his murder. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes. I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial's gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. Yay! I always wonder what she's holding behind her back. That's all. Court's adjourned. Everybody go home. Whew. 5:03 p.m. At long last, finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Same with you. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. Owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And Edward? Oh, is it because she didn't thank her sister? You know, I did my best too. Aww. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Every time. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Just come here and tell us what's up. Wait, Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it all off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm just kidding. Yeah? What'd Lana ask you to do? Nope. Not this time. Came today because of you, pal. Emma? That's right. Thought you'd like to see someone. Someone? Oh, her sister. Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. There's always like one last question they ask you. One last evidence they want. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. I'm such a fool. Took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching those two sisters. Or watching them make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. He's so grumpy. Where was he hiding? I imagine he was hiding behind that plant in the corner. I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. This was a weird case because Edgeworth was the prosecutor the entire time, but he was like obviously not trying to prove that she did it for most of the case. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Peow. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Oh. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, remember that guy? We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. Murder. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You don't have to do it alone, buddy. We can do it together. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. With me. Because of that partnership, eyeball. You were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Me? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Oh god. What is it gonna be? What is it going to be? The evidence? Maybe this? I don't know. That proves that, we're gonna have to have evidence that proves that, he's not alone. I bet it's gonna be this, because this is like two halves. Two halves of the same heart. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Let me just double check what else we have. Probably that. Please be right. The picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care. Chief Prosecutor. I wonder if, Angel Star is gonna appear, or Marshall. Edgeworth. What'll you do now? Surely you won't stop being a prosecutor. He keeps trying to leave and then he keeps coming back. What a dingus. Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened... You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. But what I face now is my own problem. Yeah. Sucks for him. All of his mentors are criminals, basically. Von Karma was a big setup. Lana was forging evidence. The chief of police, who was working with the prosecutors, is a big murderer. See you in court, buddy. Farewell. I better get going too. Alright. See you in the slammer, sis. Seems we both have a lot to learn and a lot of catching up to do. Here. It's a little something for you. That's what I kind of thought. Scientific investigation. First book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Like, Lana's is not my favorite design, but something about her model design, or her model art, I think is like the prettiest. Another case came to a close. Oop. Hold on a second. Whoa. Hold on a second. Alright. I don't know what it is. Sometimes it looks like my stream is a little laggy on my end, but it's fine, actually. It looks fine. Aw. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started my new journey on my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Really? Phoenix, you need to do some rediscovery? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? Just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. Well, you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? What? Do you need me to pay you or something? What? Way to go, detective. Didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill. That's what I thought. Me? You think I could afford this with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? I only take, like, 4 cases a year, buddy. Thanks, Mr. Wright. You're the best. What? Suddenly feel like I want to scream? I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah. What? It's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Are we all going to the jails together? What? Oh. I was like, am I fingerprinting someone? Alright, hold on a second. I wanted to look up something. So, I did like this, but I think that to me, there's still things that I feel like were kind of open-ended about this. Compared to some of the other cases, like... like, they kind of tell us that Joe Dark is definitely the serial killer, even though there's no evidence. They're like, yeah, we executed him. And then they're like, temporarily like, oh no, what if he was innocent? And they go, nah, he wasn't innocent. And I'm like, how can you be so sure though? Because like, from my POV, I'm like, I don't know anything about him. He might have been innocent. Let me see, what else was it? Sorry, I'm looking up the case again. I'm looking up the wiki to see the entire overview of the case. Neil Marshall saved her. Emma pushed him, causing a jar to fall. Emma fainted, and Dark was knocked out somehow. That's the other thing, is I wish there was a little bit more concrete evidence here about, or description about like, okay, but what caused Dark? Because everybody basically was unconscious at the same time. Because like Emma fainted, Neil was unconscious because she pushed him against something, and then Dark also was knocked out somehow. It's a little unclear. Gant arrived at the scene and decided to fabricate a false murder and frame Emma so he could blackmail Lana. And like, I feel like this is a bit of a stretch though. Like, I don't know. It still feels like a bit of a stretch that he would murder the wait, he wasn't a cop, he was a prosecutor, I think. That he would murder like the prosecutor just to get some leverage on Lana? And I guess it would also help because they were gonna make evidence for the Joe Dark stuff. But I don't know, that's oh no! Blue Badger, no, don't fall. So that's my things where I think the case is, where I think this whole trial is a little bit weak, and I wasn't totally convinced by that logic. But yeah, by the end, I really liked a lot of the characters. I don't know how I feel about, what's his face? I can't, my brain. I don't know how I feel about Gant at the end, because I was trying to think, I was like, you know, comparing him to some other characters like Red White or Von Karma, and I'm like, because those guys are really scummy. Those guys are scummy through and through. Gant has like moments where he seems like he's scummy through and through. Like when he's like, I only help other people to help myself. But then like there's other moments where like after the case he's like, you got me. I'm just a nice guy, you know. So I don't know. Edgeworth is going off on his Sasuke mission. He's like, actually no, he's not Sasuke. Sasuke was like, I need more power. Edgeworth is like, I'm being lured by the dark side. I need to not give in. So who knows? And you can see my little feetsies. Even though it's so hard, you can't really see my mouth. Sometimes you can just barely catch a glimpse of it. But no, there's this wooden charm in front of it. It's called an Emma. It's what you write down wishes on. Or like prayers, I guess. I haven't written any wishes on this one. Maybe I will. Or maybe I'll just erase it so you can see my mouth. But then what else should I be holding with these little hands? So of course this was like an asset I found. I was looking at some cute assets and trying to learn a little bit more about like VTube Studio stuff. Oh, hey. Oh, hold on a second. Can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Maya, it's been so long. See you around, Nick. Aw. Is Nick actually going on his mission, or whatever what did he call it? Soul Quest? Yeah, I think I'm gonna play the second game. So I think what I'm going to do is, I think I'm at the very least going to try and do all of the Phoenix Wright games of this trilogy on stream at some point. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth? Brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh, Edgeworth's gone. But, oh, excuse me. Let me see. I had a couple games that I was like playing very slowly in between. So, January. Thanks for coming to see me off. Can't believe I'm going to Europe. She's going to Europe? Thanks, Mr. Wright. All right, bye, Emma. Cute duck book. Oh, can I look at the duck book? Was there going to be a photo inside this one too? An envelope? Oh, I want to see the photo. Give it back to me. Cute. Oh. So let me see. I started playing To the Moon a week ago, and I only have like, I can finish it up pretty easily. I'm gonna do that. But funny thing is, I started playing To the Moon on stream because I was feeling sorry for myself and wanted a game to make me cry. Although ironically now I don't really feel like crying, but I'm like, well, it won't be very long. It'll just be one stream. And I have Final Fantasy VI that I put on pause because I was getting a little bit burned out on it. So I need to finish that. I don't know how close I am to the end of that game because I know that there's stuff that's optional, but I do want to do most of the optional stuff for that game. So I think that's going to be my priority for January, is to finish Final Fantasy VI and a couple of miscellaneous things. I didn't end up streaming as much stuff in December because I was gone for like 5 days and I was sick. Although I did stream a lot while sick. But I also didn't stream as much at the beginning of December because I was kind of moping and lazy and sad for myself. But it took me like a month to stream this one. And I'm thinking, maybe I'll give it a rest for January. We'll see. We'll see how much I feel like playing the next one. Oh yeah, I also said gosh, you know, you always plan to play video games and then there's never enough time to actually play them. I need to do a little bit more grinding, or not grinding, but a little bit more story progression in Limbus Company. So I need to do another Kanto this month, in January, and so maybe I won't play the next Phoenix Wright in January, maybe it'll be February before I start it. We'll see. I guess it depends how fast I finish some of these other things, like Final Fantasy. Because if I finish Final Fantasy VI quickly, I might be able to start this the next Phoenix Wright sooner. But if I feel like I need to do like a lot of stuff in it, it might take me, and I might not get to it till February. So it's okay if you don't want to, if you're only here for Phoenix Wright content. That's okay. Ugh. Okay, you know what? Stream over. Can I vent about... Sorry, this was a very story-based stream. I didn't spend as much time... I've spent a lot of time recently kind of going off and just on tangents and talking about random stuff, which is hard to do during story-based games. I usually will do it a little bit just to say hi to people, but you know, sometimes it's like I really just need to buckle down and focus on the story and not get sidetracked. So here's my sidetrack moment at the end of the stream, because I also like listening to this music. Something that I saw on Twitter, and I didn't respond to it because like I was like, well, I don't know. I don't want to put like negative or drama-based things on my Twitter timeline. It was somebody talking about like, okay, what are your no-nos? You know, your instant like, I don't think I'm gonna return to this person's stream as a viewer or viewer/streamer as well. And like, I was looking at the replies, and a lot of them were kind of like, you know, there were a lot that I kind of get that I'm like, okay, you know, obviously if somebody's not like the right vibe or if they're too rude to you. But I saw the majority of people were like really easily peeved about raids. So usually it was like, I raided and they didn't say hi back to me. And I'm like, ugh. Cause like, I know that this is such a thing for me, is like, I have an easier time talking to people who visit my stream a couple of times. So like if people I don't know raid my stream, like people are always welcome to raid my stream, but I don't want people to think that like I don't know, I mean, maybe I am rude, but like sometimes if people raid me and I'm like, you know, all I might say is hi. Cause like, I don't know, I'm just not I stream on Twitch, but I don't really think I have like a Twitch attitude. Because like if I raided somebody, you know, like imagine I'm a big hotshot and I raided somebody with 100 people or whatever, I don't think I would particularly care whether they said hi back to me or whatever. Honestly, like I said, it doesn't bother me if people raid, and like even if they raid, if they, you know, if people want to say like, hi, it's a raid from so and so, oh my god, it scared me. Yeah, I guess that's kind of one way to think about it. But, you know, also it's like, who are you people? You're strangers, you know? Like, I don't know you. Who are you? Why are you here? So I just don't think I have a very Twitch attitude. So, you know, I'm sure, you know, when I was looking at how people were talking about not getting enough acknowledgement for raids, I was like, ooh, people are probably gonna, I mean, like I said, I think I've tried to say just hi, but like, I don't really like to do call outs or anything, you know, be like, hello people from so-and-so's stream, welcome to my stream. Like, I'm kind of just here to play my little games, and people are welcome to watch and talk to me, but like the content I focus on is the gameplay itself. It's not, I mean, I don't think my interactions are the main content, but I know for some streamers, content or the interaction is the main content. I feel like I said that wrong, but whatever. So I don't know. I'm not that it's a big deal because people, you know, I don't expect to have people raiding me often and whatever. If they raid me and they're like, ugh, she didn't say my name. Well, whatever. Like, but I was surprised that was like by far the thing that I saw people complaining about most was simply that. Not even like about people being rude. It was just that like people weren't appreciative enough of raids. And I'm like, oh, you guys are gonna get mad at me. So I don't know. I'll try to at least say hi to people, or at least just say the word hi. But you know, even when I have like Stream Elements or Streamlabs or whatever, I have that little bot that just tells me if people follow me, just because otherwise I would honestly not even notice. But like, I don't really call people out when they follow me on stream. And I guess the logic for me is that I don't like when people say, hello, thank you for subscribing or following right now, you in the chat. Like, that makes me anxious. So like, sometimes if I find a new streamer and they're streaming live, I have to wait for them to go off air before I can follow them. Cause like, otherwise they're gonna be like, hello, you. And it's like, don't put me on the spot, please. I'm just watching. I'm just watching. Like, I don't need a conversation. So like, I guess my attitude towards streaming is similar to my attitude towards viewing. It's just that I don't think it's very similar to a lot of other people's. I wonder if this is like how people on YouTube feel. Because like YouTube also has raids and stuff. Like, I think this is mostly Twitch. I don't know if people on YouTube care as much about like, you didn't say hi, thanks for the raid, or like stuff like that. Who knows? What? It depends. I don't know. But I don't like being forced to do something either, you know? It's like, besides, like, my games are often very dialogue heavy. So there are times where I do go off on tangents during the games, but there's also times where I'm like, now is not the time for an interruption. Like, sometimes new people will show up right after I've had a tangent, and it's like, it is story time now. We are not talking anymore. It is time for you to be quiet and listen to stream. Maybe I am just a bad person. Not a bad person. I am just a rude person. I'll say that. You know, this is just how I like to do things. And I've just I just had a moment of being like, reminding myself that, you know, people are probably going to not always like the way I do things. And so that's okay. Like, even when it comes to like people who ask like, hey, do people want raids? And I'm like, I don't mind if anybody ever raids me. Like, it's not like I'll be mad or anything. But I don't usually ask people to, you know, put me on a list for raids, because I know that, like, you know, I'm gonna be like, well, you know, do I want to say hi to you guys for raiding me? Or do you guys actually like my content? Are you actually interested in my games? Are you actually into sticking around? Or are you just, you know, here because you are forced to be here or something, you know? Let me see. Oh well, that's just my random thoughts. I think I've said something similar to this a long time ago. I know I've talked a lot about how, like, I don't feel like I'm very Twitch, or at least I'm not very Twitch meta. I know that there are people like me on Twitch who just do whatever they feel like and don't necessarily follow the norms of, like, I don't know, raids and callouts, or, and I mean, some of it's not just Twitch, some of it's YouTube too, like having a bunch of alerts to remind people stuff. But I don't know, man. I think my attitude towards playing games is still very LP core, in that I want my games to, I mean, I think that my stuff is probably more enjoyable live, but I also want it to just feel like a nice little VOD walkthrough, LP, let's play, pre-recorded things. So like, sometimes if you just want to watch somebody read the dialogue, solve some cases, whatever. Ugh, can't see my mouth. It weirds me out. Where's my mouth? You can just barely see it sometimes, see? What? Just barely. It's okay. I just, just the way I am. I always worry about stuff. So I'm always like, all right, I should mentally prepare myself for people to be mad at me about this. Even though I could technically look at this and say, well, they won't be mad at me if I greet them enthusiastically, but I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I think I'll just deal with them being mad at me. I'll just prepare for the worst and not change what I'm doing. Anyways, that's all. That's that. It is a new year now. New year. Same old me. Nothing crazy. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow, because I said before that I was like, I was supposed to draw something for New Year's, but I didn't. And so I might as well slap together a lazy Nengojo like I did last year. So if you don't know, in Japan, tradition to send New Year's cards, and it's like a big deal because you always gotta, like the postal service for Nengojo is like crazy efficient, and they always make sure you get your New Year's card by New Year's Day. So, consider sending a Nengojo. It's a New Year's Day card. Big deal. And this year is obviously Year of the Snake. That's why I was wearing my other New Year's costume earlier. Let me see if I still have it somewhere. I'm a snake. I'm a Tsuchinoko. Tsuchinoko noko tan tan. Wait, I said that wrong. I'm confused because that's not how the song originally goes. Wait. Hold on. The original one is Shikanoko Nokotan. Shikanoko Nokotan Nokotan Tan, I think. So I was trying to say Tsuchinoko Nokotan Nokotan Tan. That was my song. That was my New Year's song. I'm a snake. And I learned a little bit more with Live 2D Studio. So I made more hotkeys and cute outfits. And this one's chibi too, so it matches my body size. Because I'm still just a little chibi person. And I already said my Happy New Year's when the clock changed for me. But if you missed it, and if you don't see my Nengojo on Twitter later, Akemashite omedetou gozaimasu. Otoshi mo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. And I can't say I'll see you next year because the clock has already changed. But I can say I'll smell you later, okay? How about that? I'll smell you later. I've already vented all my insecurities for the day. Now it's time to go to bed. And we finished! We finished the game! Yay! Big... amazing. We didn't quite finish it before the New Year's, but pretty darn close. And I'm... Oof, excuse me. And I'm like... I said I was 30% sick. I'm like 20% sick now. It's getting healthier and healthier as time goes on. Amazing. Yes. Clap, clap. All right, I'm done talking. I'm nervous now. Now I made myself more nervous by talking. So I'm just gonna go. I think I also just have to pee, and that's why I get nervous sometimes. You get antsy when you have to pee, and you don't know why. So I'm just gonna end stream awkwardly now. Never change. I'm never gonna not be awkward about starting or ending streams, or talking to people, or thanking people for raids. This is a promise. I'll always be this way, forever and ever. Good night. Good night, and good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Bye-bye. Oyachimi.